Evil blanket fish has awoken.
I guess that's good. Although, from the way you're phrasing it, it's sounding like it's not very often that you're actually falling asleep. Okay, so I do usually look at an FAQ and go over, like, basically after I finish a stream, I just kind of scan through the FAQ to see if I missed anything in what I have, and I did miss a couple of things. I don't know how the hell that works. Oh, okay. Yeah, perspective was all messed up. For some reason, instead of thinking that this is a gap, I thought this was literally just a wall going up when I came here last time. Like, I didn't see it as a gap you could jump, I just saw it as a wall stopping you. But, yeah, what I'm looking for is on this path. You guys actually do hit pretty damn hard. Oh, that sucks. I mean, were you doing anything when it happened? Like, I ask this, knowing that once we reach a certain age, you don't necessarily have to be doing anything for something to mess up, but just wondering. Like the pinched nerve that I have in my neck, I have no idea what the hell caused it. I just woke up with it one day. And here we got a class emblem. I greet ye, adventurers of Volandis. My voice echoing through thy heart shall bestow upon thee power of ages long gone by. Prove thyself worthy, and thou shalt receive the gift. I'm 42 and about to turn 43 in April. So in about a month and a half. Yeah, so if you didn't necessarily do anything and that happened, I completely understand. Hey, Invalid, how you doing? No, they really don't want to let her live. Should have hit the other one. Damn it. Scorpions hit way too fucking hard. Yeah? Emblem offered by Rennie of the Shaman. Yeah, it'll get more people to play it, considering its reputation got pretty bad the way it was on release. But I mean, the November update, it's way better now. Wielding the powers of nature. Magical water attack dealing 1.5 damage to 1. Magical earth attack dealing 1.5 damage to 1. So I could either give this to Len to give her an earth attack, but she already has a better water attack, or I can give it to Bathraz, and then he'll have a water and an earth in addition to his light and dark that he already has. Raises magic 10%. Raises TP gain through normal attacks by 5. Yeah, I think I'll give it to him. He just gets the most benefit out of it. So I need to beat 1 more Scorpion, 2 more Spore Man. Oh yeah, also there was a section, I did look over and it did tell me where I can go in Cortara. Yeah, because I don't think redheads go gray. I think they just go straight from red to white, which it usually is later. Like, you go gray usually before you go white. And like I said, I think redheads do, they skip the gray part and just go straight to white. Oh, I didn't even notice that was cucumber. I don't know how it's appearing on your guys, but Samato and cucumber were both in the same color. So when I saw all that, I thought it was all Samato saying it. Hey, cucumber, how you doing? Yeah, well, yours, at least in mine, like when in the chat I'm looking at, like cucumber's green and you're kind of a like aqua green, like green, like more green but a little bit of blue in it. But yeah, it was basically just where it was like Samato, 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 cucumber, Samato. So I guess since they were, the color was almost the same and they both started with an S, my brain just, oh, it's still Samato talking. Well, I think it just randomly assigns you a color whenever you come in, unless you actually go into your profile and set a specific color for yourself. Oh, did it? I think supposedly this is where the first of the invisible bridges is. Yeah, there it is. The other one's supposed to be in the center of the area, but I can't even get to the center right now. Titan Elemental. Hey, War Panda. Damn it, why why is everybody green today in my chat? It is. Like, it's 100% messing with me when there's like, you know, several people replying one after the other and everybody's green. It's sometimes it's hard to read who's saying what. I don't know why Twitch is making everybody the same color today. Yeah, Invalid's red, but I think Invalid actually set his color to red, because I see him red, like, all the time. Yeah, Samato is orange now. Alright, I do believe we're done here. Cucumber's just gonna cycle through all the different shades of green until he finds one that blends into the background. I'm not sure if I have that enabled or not. One scorpion, one spore man. Win against a scorpion with only 8 actions. That one I may need to be stronger for. The scorpion and the spore man, I'm pretty sure I can finish those off here. Should be another spore man encounter somewhere in the south, I think. And I think vaping might actually be worse than cigarettes, just with all the chemicals that are in those. I mean, I do use Werther's to make other things, like, it's decent, it's a decent enough, you know, like, butterscotch caramel to, like, melt down and mix with other things. Yeah. Once you start carrying around once like your major concern for what candy you buy is can you carry it around in your pocket and not have it melt? Yeah, that's pretty close to the end. Like your taste buds are no longer your priority. Here they are. Yeah, one of these days, suspenders are gonna come back into fashion. Like, everybody is either gonna be old, either too old or too fat, that everybody's just gonna start wearing suspenders. So now I just need the scorpion, which I think there were scorpions on the way. Skipped over that. I think there were scorpions on the way to where I needed to go anyway, past the save point. I mean, Adam Sandler could do it, but I don't think he could ever really get away with it. Or, I guess, couldn't really ever pull it off, I guess would be the more accurate term. Pretty sure I already checked through all of these. Yeah, because that way is how we got to the class emblem. Yeah, but that's only because male nudity... I don't know, male nudity isn't looked at as ever being demeaning or anything. Unless there's literally someone there, like, making fun of the naked man, it's never seen as being demeaning. Yeah, I do remember Heather Graham being in there, and she's, like, as he said, she's naked for the camera, but not actually naked, you know, that you can see in the movie. But yeah, I can't remember, it was the, like, whole, like, White Sox, Red Sox things where, like she takes her top off and she has, like, a bra that, I can't remember if it's White Sox or Red Sox, but it's, like, the opposite of the team he's for. And then he says something wrong and she goes, like, nuts on him. Like, I remember the scene, kind of. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Like, they can show a man naked. I think the only rule for showing male nudity is that they're not allowed to be erect. Because I remember seeing, what was that Seth Rogen movie where they were at the end of the world? I always confuse it for At World's End, which is like the British one. Like, I always confuse the titles. But either way, because there's a scene where, like, they're showing the shadow of, like, the devil when he's, like... The devil is, like, raping Jonah Hill. And they said that they had to go through a lot of hoops because it shows the devil's penis in the shadow getting erect. And even that was pushing it. Because apparently that's a rule in Hollywood. You can show male genitalia, they're just not allowed to be erect. Yeah, that one. At the end of the world. Yeah, something like that. There's like some weird rules with it, but like usually male nudity, like full nudity, is like not a big deal in Hollywood. Well, like I said, you see the shadow of it on the wall. I think that was part of the way that they got it through to be able to show certain things, is that it was just a shadow on a wall. And, you know, since you mentioned Magic Mike before, Channing Tatum also shows up as like a sex slave later in the movie that Danny McBride has been using. There we go. Now we gotta level up. Like a boob mouse pad? It would be good to have another person that can take buffs off. So I should be able to give that to someone else now. Okay. Yeah, sure. I don't think there's anything set up to block the link, so go for it. At the resharp camp from Torment. What happened? Like something attacked them. Might have been the beast that created the barrier. Okay, so that is probably where, I mean, not probably, that's almost definitely where I need to go, so let's check everywhere else first. Okay, I think I have checked everywhere else already. Alright. I think I've seen the one with Morgana before. Like, I swear I've seen this before, but I thought it was a meme. I'm not sure how I feel about the Jack Frost one. Especially with, you know, Pixie just kinda, I guess, staring at them.
Everybody!
Hey Ragnar, how you doing? Yeah, that's somebody with too much time on their hand and thoughts that need to be repressed. Yeah, I wouldn't, not just for a joke. Well, that just goes together. Having it do light damage and undead killer. Just turn that into a holy spear now.
Kawaii desu.
I'm surprised that wasn't Nami. Nami always seems to get a kick out of that. Hey Ludlow, how you doing? Who is this? Who is this even in? Bow. I completely missed that. I should have put that into the spear. Oh well, it's a holy spear now. Yeah, it is very serene. I hope nothing horrible happens with such chill music. I wonder if all these attack ups actually stack. I know he's got the attack up, like, on himself already. So why does he not have a weapon equipped? I mean, so far everything about the game is good. I don't have any complaints about this game yet. I'm hoping it'll stay that way, but I've also seen games fall apart, like, you know, in towards the end or, you know, in the middle. So I'm gonna hold my judgment, my full judgment, until I'm done with it. Nah, we joke around about Trails, but it's more overblown than anything. It's more so a dig at the obsessed fans than the actual games themselves. Although it did get pretty tropey and bad tropes around Cold Steel. I myself am thinking about jumping back into it in Kuro whenever Kuro comes out, since Reverie isn't even gonna come out till later this year. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cold Steel was where I kind of noped out. And I'll probably try to jump back in once Kuro starts. But as far as a lot of the jokes we make, it's more so directed at the obsessed fans than the games themselves. Yeah, they kind of all are. Well, I take that back. The Sky games are all probably about normal JRPG length, 40 to 60. And then from 0 on, they just start getting longer and longer to the point where, Cold Steel was 4 games that were all 100 to 120 each. And that's the one of the jokes that I make all the time is a lot of people are always, because honestly it's also kind of reflective of how it's probably damaging their growth of the fan base. But I always kind of joke when people are wanting to start the Trails series, I'm like, just save yourself 1,000 hours of your life and play something else. Because it really is. At this point, I think by Reverie, it's 1,000 hours to get through the whole series up until that point. And, if you figure in, it's hard to talk people into getting into One Piece from the beginning. That's it's been a long time since I checked, but last time I checked, it was 1,000 episodes. It's probably going on 1,200 now. But those are all 20 minutes. So technically that's... it's hard to convince people to give One Piece a try, and that's 1/3 of the investment of time as Trails. So... I get why the Trails fanatics are so fanatical about it. They're worried that the sales are going to drop and they're not going to see the end of their series. And it's a legitimate possibility, because if someone sees an advertisement for Reverie or Kuro or whatever new game is coming out, and then they buy it And then they go online and they're immediately met with, oh, you need to play these 11 games before that in order to enjoy it, which technically you don't. If you can understand context clues, you can usually get by. You won't have the whole story, but you'll at least grasp what's going on. But yeah, they're shooting themselves in their foot, growing their audience, and then a lot of their audience, for different reasons, has stopped playing. Like, some people just, you know, they have family and kids and they can't afford to play them anymore. Some people just flat age out of playing games. Some people, you know, myself included, did not like the way Cold Steel went, so they stopped playing there. Like, they're just in general, even if all the games are great, as a series gets longer, you're gonna have a constant loss of people for varying reasons. And if new people are trying to come in and enjoy the games, and the first thing that the fan base tells them is, you need to play 11 games before you can play that, and they like sit there and like just pound that point home, like, people aren't going to want to try it. Like, they're killing their own fan base while at the same time constantly evangelizing about it to try to get people into it. Yeah, and even East has pissed me off now, because they're switching back to Adel being like 17. Like, how... I've been playing East ever since the first, like, you know, since the first game. I played it on Genesis. So, I'm 42 now. In East 9, they barely got to the point where Adel is 24, and then they literally said that they want to take Adel back to being 17 so he can be relatable. And it's like, he's 24! How the fuck is 24 not relatable? When your fan base started in the 80s. Oh, we'll be way dead before all of Adel's adventures are around. He's supposed to get lost when he's in his 60s. Like, that's like he's supposed to, the adventure where he disappears is when he's in his early 60s. And they are afraid to push his age past 24 because they're afraid he won't be relatable anymore. Like, there's never going to be an end. Like, they basically have just admitted that they are not even going to try to have any kind of overarching story, which they kind of did before. The overarching story was always Adel and his constant run-ins with the Ron army. But if they're not willing to push his age past 24, and there's another 40 years after that that they need to cover, like, they've basically just said that, like, yeah, we're never gonna acknowledge or push an overarching story forward with Adel. Is this a dead end? Something's wrong. You sense it as well. In the water. It's coming. A woman? My eyes playing tricks on me. They are. This beast is clouding your senses. Everyone, get yourself together. Yeah, but Atelier has trilogies. Like, they start a story and end it, pretty much. Like, Ys has always kind of been understood to have at least some kind of flow-through, because you're always playing as Adel. And like I said, for the longest time, it's basically just been kind of leading up to his his big showdown with the Roman army, because they're constantly at each other's throats. So while Adel is out like, killing gods and saving countries, it's always that, Roman military that he's always at odds with and escaping from. That was the whole thing that I thought at some point they would address and get past, and then maybe start something else. But yeah, they don't seem to want to address or finish any of those things. She vanished. Hopefully she stays that way. Something tells me that wasn't the last we saw of her. But Thras, do you feel it? Yes, ether here has weakened. Let's return to the barrier. This fluid is the same color as the fungus over there. Is this what the scientists have been researching here? No, but it would be nice of them to acknowledge that it's not just 13 to 16-year-old kids that play their games. Like, I was actually thinking about this the other day, how I've kind of praised this game in that it feels like it was made by someone, who played a lot of the classic JRPGs. Like, you can see where the inspirations come. But I was thinking about it today at work. Not only does it feel like someone who has played a lot of the classic JRPGs and taken the best parts of them as influences, it also feels like someone who's been paying attention to, like, the discussions on the forums. Like, so far, none of the characters are kids. All of these characters are adults. They definitely don't have a huge moral quandary with killing someone who's evil. Rob actually doesn't have a problem killing people who just annoy him. I'd have to see how the story continues, but it feels like it's sidestepping a lot of the major trope complaints, like a lot of the shonen tropes that people complain about in JRPGs. I mean, he was a soldier. Like, honestly, obviously in a medieval world, the age of adult is probably a little younger than we do now. Like, it's not a school setting. And he's been a soldier for a few years now. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there is one. Because there's not, like, a general status tab. Actually, let's see. That might be on somewhere. But at the very least, they don't act like teenagers. Yeah, I'm not seeing a site anywhere where it has their ages listed. But I'm assuming early 20s just for the fact that he's a soldier who's been in a mercenary group for several years. Let's drop some of the fluid on this fungus. A bridge of mushrooms appeared. How surprisingly convenient. Looks as though there are not several different mushrooms, but actually form a single large one instead. This might be one of its roots. How interesting. So there were definitely other little things like that around before that I passed. Ah, shit, the wrong one. Supposed to drop their resistances. I used to before I started getting into roguelikes. Look, the barrier is gone. Like, roguelikes are basically my go-to whenever I'm feeling like that, or when I just have like 30 minutes to an hour to kill. I don't really ever play them seriously, like, I need to beat this game, but, you know, the randomness of them and everything else always makes them pretty good for just, you know, a couple of quick run-throughs or something whenever I have time. I wouldn't even, I mean, depending on which ones you get into, I wouldn't even say they're brain-off games. They're just games that you can play a lot because they're always slightly different. And for the most part, a lot of them are usually like 30 to 45 minutes, assuming you make it like to the end. Like, none of them are really super long. What's after the storm, Nami? This after the storm, you speak of this. What is this? Oh, City Builder? That's more of a... I mean, if it's like most city builders, that's more of like a long-term thing that you just work on a little bit at a time. I know there were more of those little fungus things, but where the hell were they? Oh, okay, so... yeah, then that sounds like it kind of has roguelite elements too. Like, I assume there's an element of randomness for every little quest or game of it you play. Yeah, so that sounds like it also kind of falls into the roguelike category. A roguelike city builder. Okay, well, I know there was one place that had a fungus. I thought there were more. Might have only been the one. I think that was over where I got the class emblem. Damn, so am I just going nuts? I could have swore I saw one more of those things around here somewhere. Like, that one there definitely didn't feel like the first one I've seen. Okay, so there is another one. I'm seeing it in the FAQ. Go back to the camp. The open area where the scorpions were, and on the northern side is a fungus. Yeah, there it is. I knew I'd seen them before. Oh, he only puts it on for one turn, so he can't make use of it himself. That sucks. Oh, yeah, there's another one. But where did it make the mushrooms? Okay. Oh, is that a thing? Symphonia is still on the list of Tales games I haven't played, despite the fact that it's been re-released so many times. Well, haven't all the re-releases been based off of the Japanese PS2 version? Like, that's what got ported to PS3, and then they've been using those ever since. Glasses. Glasses too. Immune against blind. I think the only time they ported the sequel was on PS3, because I got them in a double pack, where it was like Symphonia and the sequel on the same disc. And I also have Symphonia on Steam. And like I said, I think both of those are essentially the same version, which was taken from the Japanese PS2, because it has like the extra mystic arts and stuff. Yeah. That was one of the things that everybody was talking about, how it was such a shitty remake, is that they didn't even include the sequel with it like they did on PS3. Like, there were a lot of people complaining about that when they first announced it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna play the game eventually, but I'm gonna use... I haven't decided if I'm gonna play the first one off of Steam or PS3, and then the second one I have on PS3, but I'm definitely not buying this. Like, they didn't really put any more effort into it than what they had already released on PS3, and it doesn't come with the other game. Like, it's a total rip-off cash grab. Could be. If it's not, I'm sure it's up there. Definitely, probably in the top 5. Yeah, but that took them almost a solid year before they fixed that. Where the hell was the... down there? Where was the part that was blocked off by the barrier before? Alright, see you later, Irby. Hope you can get to sleep. Okay, yeah, it was here. This is where the barrier was. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that I had already played the fan translation, like, I think... I don't even know if it had been a full year before I probably would have picked that up and played it. I may still grab a copy later, just when it's on sale, just for support, but I probably won't play it again, since I've already played it. Damn, 3 scorpions? That's gonna be a shit fight. Should I do it? Since I can walk around it. Should I fight him anyway? Yeah, let's fight him anyway. I'm just not gonna steal anything. Yeah. And actually, maybe at some point I will play it again. If nothing else, I can, like, there's some things I can do different. Like, I could try to go through, like, do a no-kill run with the ninja. I could actually go after the optional bosses with the caveman. And then I could pick a different main character for the final section. But it'd have to be a while since it wasn't that long ago that I played it. Yeah, unless you're like quick saving and loading like after everything you do, you pretty much need a guide. You either need to follow a guide or save after literally everything you do if you're going for either the no kill or the 100 kills. Both of those have like some weird shit that you need to do in certain orders. Yeah, I've been waiting to see if that one gets a Steam release, but I'm guessing it probably won't, so I know it goes on sale for pretty low. But yeah, I guess at this point it doesn't look like it's going to have a Steam release, so I probably should just pick it up on PS4 next time there's a sale. No, it was just PS4. Was it on Switch? I thought it was just PS4. Now we got a battle with one of each. I can't argue with evidence like that. If you own it, then it definitely exists. I guess for some reason I always thought it was only PS4. I'll equip that once I can upgrade it. Same. Once I can upgrade them and transfer the crystals, I'll put them on, but right now they're not as good. Damn, where the hell do I even go now? Yeah, speaking of. I was considering picking up The Lost Child. Again, the same reason, because it looks like budget SMT. But my only problem with that is that it looks like budget SMT that has a law-only path. I mean, if that's not the case, I'll give it a try, but it definitely seems like it's law-only. I have all three Mary Skelters. I played the first one and I kind of liked it. So I picked up the other two, but I still haven't gotten around to them. It's a first-person dungeon crawler, so kind of. Like, I guess if you play EO with the... If you play EO with the auto mapper on, it's probably kind of similar. do we got? Oh, damn, quite a bit. Gauntlets, accessory that raises your attack. Take that. Accessory that raises your defense. I'll take that as well. Accessory that lowers your TP costs. Material for upgrading your equipment. Sword and a great sword. Silver sword and bastard sword. And we'll just go with the attack up. So it's gotta be this way, because those are the only ones that would ever connect. So it's gotta be here, here. It's gotta be like right there. Because the other ones will never connect. Lynn? Not feeling too well. Zora, it's that beast again. There it is. She looks like an angel. A trap most sweet. Be gone, demon. You have no place in the world of men. Whoa. I guess it's showing its true form, huh? This monster seems to feed on travelers by... Oh. For some reason I thought that was a V. It was like by leveling their senses? By lulling their senses first. No lullabies for us today, my dear. Everyone, get ready. Doesn't look like it wants to leave this time. What is going on? I feel so dizzy all of a sudden, but why? Doom! Oh crap, I didn't realize I had two parts to it. Oh, that's what it did. When everybody was saying they feel weird, it made the overdrive gauge weirder. Like it's got two overheat sections now. This place is crazy. Come, let's go on. I don't want to see another demon appear. Everything because of the Grand Grimoire. Yeah, if it was Kudelka halfway into that fight, it would have, like, turned into some kind of, like, spider scorpion with screaming mouths all over it. Alright, yeah, I'll go on break. Gotta assign our new skills after I get back and continue exploring. So I'll be back in 5, and then we'll continue. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Bookkeeping done, let's go back to exploring. Like, this looks like it should be something. How the hell do I get over there? Now, I guess it is a chest for a mech part, so you probably have to have your mechs to get to it. The only two I found so far that I could actually open of those chests were the ones that were on the invisible bridge that they told me about the Adventurers Guild. Any way to get up here, though? This place seems safe. Let's take a rest before continuing.
Oh, I can feel it. I feel it slowly pulling up my body. I don't know how much longer I can travel with you. Kingdom for a cure to this rising sobriety. Does he always act like this? Supposed to be one of our leading scientists.
He is quite headstrong, but truth be told, I also long for a glass of Arcadian wine. Please tell, Sir Victor, you trust us enough to reveal the secrets behind the grimoire, yet not enough to reveal why you do that. Oh, believe me, I trust you enough to share every secret I carry. It's just that I can't tell you. I made a promise.
Sir Victor is not the only one with secrets, is he?
What do you mean?
You survived the Wernshire disaster, did you not? But how? You were there?
Yes.
Sir Cameron mentioned that only the user in the immediate vicinity is spared. Tell them.
Alright, Samato, sleep well. See you later.
You know about this, Len?
Fine, I'll tell you about it. And therefore, I have even more reason to destroy the weapon.
You lousy piece of shit!
Calm down, Rob.
Calm down? He's a mass murderer. He's killed hundreds of Terran soldiers.
I'm sorry.
Save your words.
Rob, leave him be.
Princess, surely you don't mean to forgive him.
He has nothing to forgive, but he is not the one to blame. The Grand Grimoire was there for a reason. It was there because of my Lord Brother.
Princess may forgive you, but I do not. Mantle yourself in your convenient lies for all I care.
Why did we take him with us? Is it still far to the monastery? A bit. It's located on an island just off the coast. Due to the regular earthquakes on Volandis, strong whirlpools have formed around the island and blocked any access above water. Then we should have taken an airship. Fortunately, this territory is free of airstones. The only way to reach the monastery is through an old escape tunnel. It takes us under the seabed over to the island. Under the seabed? That sounds almost scarier than this place here. Let's move on then. You gonna find out more about the grimoire, are you? Alright, a mystery is waiting to be lifted.
General Godfrey, you are the first to enjoy this new power. What does it feel like?
Your Highness, I feel as if I was in a dream. My head is slightly befogged, but boiling blood is running through my body. Every move, every breath, I perceive it consciously.
I'm glad to hear that. Think of it as a gift that you should use in Terran's favor. Your Highness. A messenger has brought us news from beyond the Emerald Sea. Prince Dreklar has taken the capital. His last brother has been executed. The war is over and Nebrelia has a new king. So it is only a matter of time until they turn their gaze towards Volandis. It will happen sooner rather than later. Makes it all the more important to end our war quickly. Only a united Volandis stands a chance against the enemies beyond. Sir Gawain. My prince? Take General Godfrey with you and instruct him. As you command. Follow me, General. Listen to me carefully. The fleets of Terran and Escania will collide in the sky above the rolling fields. Our airships may outnumber them, but we still want to keep our casualty as low as possible. Especially considering that a fight with Nebralia might follow. You can count on me, Sir Gawain. Your newly acquired power will cut a path through enemy lines and pave the way for our main weapon. The Grand Grimoire? Exactly. Listen well, General. When the grimoire is shattered, it gives off a tremendous explosion that devours all life in a radius of thousands of meters. Such a weapon will not be used in our own lines. After opening the way through the enemy's vanguard with your new powers, you will board the sky armor and bring the grimoire behind enemy lines. There you will smash it. I am supposed to carry the Grand Grimoire. Isn't there anyone else who could do this? I was told you are one of Terran's better pilots. That's true, but... Oh, I see. You are worried the explosion would kill you too. No, calm your fears. A weapon that kills its user is pointless. The grimoire spares everything within a radius of 3 meters. Nothing will happen to you, General, nor to your sky armor. Is that so? Of course I am not afraid of death. But can't we just hurl the stone into the enemy's airships? And fear to miss the target. Stone would land somewhere on Earth and devastate and destroy an entire region. And to throw the stone at such a distance, we would need a cannon. If the stone was to break at its own cannon's barrel, it would be our army that would be destroyed, and not the enemy's. I understand. Leave it to me then. An easy task for a man of my caliber. Expected nothing less. Look at it. Isn't it beautiful? These colors, it looks so magnificent. Yeah, a magnificent glow for a tool so foul. I hate it. I guess maybe there's more over here. I still haven't... I'm still missing a hidden cave. Yeah, there's definitely more, otherwise I would have gotten to explore most of the area. Also only found 2 of the 3 buried treasures. What am I fighting? A gin? Red wine gin.
Okay, so one's a red wine gin. What's the blue one? White wine gin. One's weak to water, one's weak to fire. Oh crap, I'm out of silver ore. It's still better even without upgrading it. Was that was that what I needed to upgrade, or was it iron? No, it was silver. Although I can only get one upgrade. Yeah, another sacred water. Although I think I'm still like 2 ahead. That puts me at 2 ahead. Yeah. I'm good for the next 2 class emblems. Seahorse Knight. He does not have anything to steal. Right, I'll be keeping that on until we get back to a place to smith it. Looks like there's a shortcut over there. This place doesn't have its own set of stuff on the board. Only way to go is up now. Oh, look at that! A huge bottle of Dorver gin. That's my favorite drink. Gin? More like a gin. So now we are fighting a pun. To water. Now he's weak to wind. Who would have ever thought that pacifist monks would keep such pets? These were probably the last of them. We're almost there. Wait, we have to deal with the other guests first. Guests? They have been following us for quite some time now. You gotta hand it to these guys, they know how to swing a sword. They're even capable of using magic. If this was just about Sienna, I'd call the whole thing off. She wouldn't be worth the risk. It's about a juicy bounty on every single skull of this troop. Skull, skull.
And a princess as a bonus. Can't say no to that. Besides, they're not the only ones who've mastered magic. Brothers over there. Look at that. A bounty, huh? Must have been your brother's idea, I guess. We have to deal with bounty hunters as well. You best forget about this kind of deal. Their currency is our heads. You want us to run? Let us pray to fate that we will succeed. Let's go. After them. Don't let them get away. Is the gate locked? Ah, yes, the last security measure. They're coming. Quick, to the door. Don't let them through. How do we get it open? Let me see. Let's see. An exam that tests a visitor's education in magical matters. You have to draw the 17th Conothian glyph in the sand here. What? Something Sir Victor would certainly know. Basic knowledge at the Magic Academy. Let me do it. Hurry up! There you go. Oh, that was apparently the wrong glyph. Let me think for a moment. Ah, yes, that was it. No, it wasn't. This can't be happening. It's been ages, and this is the kind of knowledge you practically never need. Draw any glyph. Come on, quick. That's what I'm doing. They'll be through any second. Glenn, do you know the answer? Why would he? May I try? What is this crap? Stop wasting our time. That's unexpected. Wouldn't have taken you for a bookworm. Pathraz, a smoke bomb. That was close. But at least we have gained some time. Those idiots can hardly remember their own names, let alone ancient characters. Question is how we get back. Tell me, boy, how come you know the glyphs? There are hundreds of them. I learned them. Really? This is old and useless knowledge. Since this knowledge saved our lives, I would not call it so useless anymore. Glenn is always good for a surprise. Let's go on for now. Gillian is right. Standing around here isn't going to help us. Glenn, you never learned how to write glyphs, did you? No, there was no school in Gogota. Was never taught how to read either, but... What are you waiting for? Come on. Let's go. You know, the more this goes on, with them basically saying that, like, Len is the Holy Mother, and the church is trying to find her, and then, like, Glenn constantly seeing that door and having all this knowledge he's not supposed to, I'm definitely getting Faye and Ellie vibes from Xenogears off of these two. Hey, stop it.
Oh no, I'm saying specifically that they make me feel like they're very similar to Faye and Ellie. Which means that there is a chance that they may. Oh, didn't unlock anything. Wait, when did I get this one? Did I not get this one before? Guessing I'm gonna have to go the long way around to get whatever that is. There we go. Very quiet and spooky in here. I think these were dead ends. the chest at the beginning. Alright. Any place left to go? Both of these just lead to big halls. Either one of which looks like it could be the way forward, so I don't know which one to go down. Oh, never mind. This one leads to a class emblem. I greet ye, adventurers of Valandis. My voice, echoing through thy heart, shall bestow upon thee power of ages long gone by. Prove thyself worthy, and thou shalt receive the gift. Master the challenge, brave warriors, and proven thyself worthy. Accept the emblem offered by Olivian the monk. Now go forth, brave warriors and curious adventurers, for thee are the future of Eldraya. What does the monk do? And who should I give it to? HP and agility. Actually, this should go to Sienna even more than the vampire. He's all about agility. Cures all status ailments. Raises agility by 25% for 2 turns all. 30% chance to counter single target physical attack with an attack, and HP up by 10%. Let me see if I can cap off the... HP sacrifice she already has set. I mean, I don't have these learned yet, but it's also, like, honestly, this was the only thing I really wanted for her from it. Just the extra damage. I'll put the monk on her. It fits what stats she needs better. Yeah, and if you didn't go up there, they at least let you see that it's there to go back and check. A hurricane must have raged here. Will we ever find any information? If it's not on the floor of the ocean, we should be able to find something. The monks knew how to correctly document this treasure of knowledge. A document of this documentation fell into my hands quite some time ago. That means you know where to look. I have leads, yes, but you can give me a hand nevertheless. What exactly are we looking for? As you see, there are numerous books that have lost their place in the shelves due to the earthquakes and weather. Not even the best documentation can help. Please check if some of them contain inventory lists or if they are diaries. Alchemists would be interesting. What makes you think he wrote one? The high prophet of the church once kept a diary, which is today considered the most important document of their faith. Since then, it has been a sacrament for every monk to keep a diary. Fine. While you check the storage shelves, I will examine all the scattered papers. I'll take over this area here. I'll search here. This corner doesn't look so dusty. Wait a minute, please don't tell me that you're all able to read. You're never short on insults, are you? It's just surprised. I'm not sure if it speaks of your character when such statements come over your lips subconsciously. You'll probably never get along with each other. Now get to work. %, 93%, 100%. All 4 aerostones are working at full power. Engines are at 30% of their capacities. Everyone, get ready for takeoff. Crazy. A ship as massive as an entire castle lifted into the air. A job most well done. Glad that you're happy with our product. Excelsior Industries is known for its quality. Strong words from Miranda. Robust metals from the mountains of Ramunda and the strongest opus stones Gandabrath can provide. All that makes the Aurora the sturdiest airship Volandis has ever seen. Science is surely making big leaps nowadays. It has for quite some time, my lord. Outside of Volandis, yes. In between all the battles, there was no place and time for progress here. This will change soon.
I've heard this ship's maiden voyage is headed directly to the battlefield. I would advise to train your men a bit longer. Do not worry. The ship will see no use in battle today. The Aurora is strong, but it isn't the most powerful weapon in our arsenal. Today's battle will find a quick end. Oh yeah, I've heard the rumors. The Grand Grimoire. Your Highness, word from the other ships. They are all ready as you order. Nice. Finally some action. I'll take my leave. The Pegasus Bridge is waiting for my command. See you later, my prince. I'll return to my Daedalus as well. I say, due to the Grand Grimoire, somehow all the excitement before a battle is lost. But this might be better for my old heart. Nothing at all. Just garbage. Who reads this stuff? I haven't seen anything useful either. Killian, did you find anything? Killian? Did you say something? The princess asked if you found anything. Nope, nothing. But we did. It is not much. Even though the monks were dedicated to poverty, they possess some valuable objects. And such treasures are, of course, kept in a treasure chamber, which is managed by a treasurer, who in turn records everything in a treasure list. And this is where you discovered the grimoire? Yes, we knew the approximate year and found an entry about the stone, which they simply called a grimoire of unimaginable size. They did not seem to know of its power. There was also a note in the list. We assumed that the stone was simply given as a gift to the King of Taran. There was an actual reason. It was payment to be able to travel freely on Volandis, to build churches and to do some research. Research? The church seemed to be looking for the tomb of one of its saints here on Volandis, a certain Lady Reyna. This is where the information stops. I found more within this diary of the treasurer you mentioned. While cleaning the storeroom, he bumped the rainbow-shimmering grimoire from the shelf, which then rolled down the corridor and fell down the stairwell. It's triggered a huge explosion, as he writes. Triggered the Grand Grimoire? Here? Apparently, this huge explosion wasn't as enormous as we know of. It destroyed only a part of the first floor and front garden. And it couldn't be the grimoire we're searching for, right? But it was a rainbow-shimmering grimoire from the time Nalkabur brought it to Terran. What happened then? Monk was scared. He ran down and found the shards of the grimoire hovering mid-air. But the pieces were put into place by a whirl of ether. It appears the grimoire was sucking in the ether before rebuilding its form. Ether? From where? From some dead birds in the garden. The grimoire was sucking out the ether from the lives it took. That's all there is. The monk kept it secret and didn't want to take blame for the explosion. What does this mean? I think that means depending on how much it killed the last time is how big the explosion's gonna be next time. Enough story time. You're friends with the bounty and the princess. Come with us. You've solved the riddle. By luck, I guess. Drop your weapons and surrender. Did we look like we would surrender? No. Alright, let's finish it. Wind. Okay, so they're all weak to wind. 2 of them has something to steal.
He's the only one left, huh?
They're strong. Why must fate always make everything so difficult for us?
Because you have earned it no differently.
I've had enough.
General Gaston.
You had your chance to collect the bounty. Now we take over. Wait, we didn't do all the dirty work for nothing. How else you would still be biting your tusks at that door? Well, surrounded. Throw down your weapons.
General Gaston, do you realize who you are talking to? Remember your rank.
I speak to you not as a general, but in the name of your brother, the prince. This group is to be neutralized and your return must be arranged immediately, princess.
I will not return. You cannot force me.
If I have no choice, I think I can.
Black sky armor?
So, they finally make their appearance.
Who are you?
Are you with them?
Can you hear it?
The wheel of fate is starting to turn.
Okay, so I was already getting, like, Faye and Ellie vibes from Len and Glenn, and it looks like now Graf is showing up.
What are you talking about? Stream flows, the wheel turns, the grain is ground, but where is the Lady Miller? Who has seen her? Someone must have pushed the block off the wheel, otherwise it wouldn't be turning, would it? See one of yours? Archers, all in position. Ah, there's the Miller.
Does he mean Len?
Poor woman, alone in the deep forest, far from the path, far away from the mill, surrounded by bad, oh so bad wolves.
Who are you?
Who am I, dear Miller? On my command, I am the hunter. Fire!
No, I'm guessing he speaks more in riddles, and it looks like he's after, like he's after Len. But I was talking about the guy in the black sky armor.
This is our chance. Let's go. You're getting away. Blow this sky armor out of the sky and get me the princess now.
I'm basing that on, like, just entirely on the way he looks. You know, big old black mech comes out of nowhere, seems to know everything that's going on. Not that I'm really complaining, mind you. I mean, if you're gonna take story inspiration, you can do a lot worse than Xenogears. And I don't know that it'll turn out the same way either. It might just be, like, story beats.
Oh dear, I can't run these distances. I'm more of a sprinter.
It's like you've time to catch your breath. Princess, please do not resist. Useless soldier, your words fall on deaf ears.
Great, more of them.
I have known you since childhood, Princess, and I have always been friendly to you. The Princess ordered me to kill your companions on the spot, thus I make you a final offer. Come with me voluntarily, and I'll spare their lives for the time being. You will be able to plead for them in front of the Prince himself. Not believe a word he says, Len. No sooner you out of sight, they slit our throats.
I'm sorry, Killian. I know General Guston well. He would keep his promise.
What are you trying to say?
General, I will go with you if you spare my friends.
You've struck a wise bargain.
Glenn, what are you doing? You think we can't fight our way out? Maybe you can, Glenn, but with every battle we fight, we hurt Taran soldiers, my countrymen. Please put down your weapons. You will go unharmed, I swear. My brother will follow my plea.
All right, everyone take them into custody. We'll be joining the Prince at the front.
The front?
Don't worry. We'll be watching the battle from a safe distance on the Aurora.
Is that Frederick's wish? What are his reasons for this?
I speak in the name of the Prince, but I do not know his thoughts. You must ask him yourself.
All right, take me to him. I will make sure that you will go unharmed. Do not worry.
At least we know what the so-called Holy Mother looks like. Celestia. You stand before the Prince.
Prince. First and foremost, he is my brother, but I'm not even sure of that anymore. As of right now, I see a lump of dirt that has tried to kill my friends.
I guess it was them that taught you this choice of words.
What do you think of this expression? You are a big pile of shit.
And slap fight. Come on. Give him another slap. How dare you? You of all people here have the least right to criticize me like that. Who ran away back then because she wanted to see the world? Who left me behind? I alone had to take over our father's task from one day to the next. All the responsibility that we could have shared you put on me. You are selfish and cowardly.
You call me selfish and cowardly. I set out to learn something from the world, true, so I wouldn't become the person you are now. Look at you. I know all the stories they tell about you. You execute peasants who can't pay their taxes. You don't let a traitor die alone. You send the whole family to their death. All the while hiding behind your executioners. You have lost all feelings for life and death, Frederick. You are the one who is selfish and cowardly.
That is easy for you to say. You say you set out because you didn't want to become like me? When did I have this choice? Answer me one thing, Celestia. If I had been the one to travel the world and you had been the one to sit on the throne, would you have acted differently? This drama is played out. General Guston, I hope you will forget the words that were spoken here. I had invited you, Celestia, to have you at my side at last. I wanted you... Be that as it may, take her to a cell. Yes, sir.
Wait, about my friends.
I will hear no more of it.
But...
Enough.
Has it come to this, putting your sister into a jail? Why am I even surprised? I was a prisoner in our castle from the beginning.
Then you are used to it. Don't think I will let you leave ever again. Move. Why did you bring us here? On the command of His Majesty, you are sentenced to death.
What? That wasn't the deal. Where is Len? Where's the princess? We must speak to her.
Princess's wish was turned down by the prince. What is this?
Close your eyes.
This is our chance.
Without any weapons.
No need for them. Cameron, that was a close call. What's going on, my friend?
Well, Gwaine wanted to interrogate me. Instead, I took this chance to escape. Come, your items are in the chest over there.
How do we leave? There's no airship here we can take.
The Aurora has another hangar in the front. Maybe we'll be able to get a ship there.
Wait, everyone. Cameron, didn't you say it's too difficult to steal the Grand Grimoire from the palace?
I probably said that, yes.
Then we need to steal it from here. Are you mad? This is our chance. If we don't act now, another disaster will happen. Prince will use the Grimoire in this battle.
Glenn?
You want to steal the Grand Grimoire right now. We should be happy if we manage to get out of here alive.
Actually, he is right. This might be our best chance to get the stone. It is on the Pegasus. A purple sky armor is holding on to it. Their plan is to bring the stone behind enemy lines and shatter it.
Get me a sky armor and I'll find the stone. I'm a good sky armor pilot.
It might even be one of the best, it's true. Good. Let's go to the front hangar and grab a sky armor for Glenn and an airship for the rest of us.
You're all crazy, but fine. Let's at least make haste. I want to leave this place as fast as possible. What now? Prince will never let Len go again. She'll be a prisoner for the rest of her life. It's the worst thing you could do to her. So now you want us to not only steal Terran's greatest weapon, but its princess as well. I beg of you. Oh, please, you're even bowing your head.
I agree with Rob. She should be here on the airship. Let's find her.
We'll rescue the princess and steal the stone. Fine by me, but let's move our asses. Thank you.
Nagamaki. It's only 1 point of difference in attack. I'll lose the other stuff. I'll wait till I can find a smith spot. Can't actually go through these doors, can I? What floor do you want to go to? Finish looking through here first. Never mind, we've gone everywhere we can go. Weak to wind.
I thought I had become stronger these past few years, but look at me now. Locked up like a common thief, and worst of all, unable to save my friends. They trusted me and threw down their weapons, and how am I repaying them? By signing their death warrant. I am still too weak. If only I had more power.
Princess!
Rob, Glenn, what are you doing here?
Kidnapping princesses is a quirk that is very difficult to get rid of.
Come with us, Len. We're going to steal the grimoire. You're heading for the stone. Speak no more. I shall join you.
Just be aware that the blood of Terran's soldiers will be shed again.
I know. The situation has changed. My brother is about to use the Grand Grimoire. We need to stop it on behalf of the people of Volandis. We fight for every citizen of this land. Anyone who stands between us and the Grimoire can no longer be considered a fellow countryman. He is an enemy of Volandis.
Very good, but now, quickly.
It's a shame that I have to be saved like a damsel in distress. But now is not the time to whine.
Like, characters being reasonable? Now that is refreshing. Like, very quickly getting over her whole I can't kill people of my own country when she realizes that, yeah, they kind of need to die. Because shit is hitting the fan. She still has everything on. Free agility. Okay, that's going on you.
I've never seen an airship like this before. Look around you, everything is made of stone and metal. I wonder how many engines are needed to hold the weight of this ship in the sky.
The Ascanian fleet will meet us at the border between Kotar and the Roman fields.
Part of the crew? I've never seen you before.
Yes, I am crewman blah blah.
Want to know why this airship is called the Aurora? Prince Frederick named it at that when he visited the Aurora's sister ship in Arnsreich. You know, military airships are often painted light blue on their underside to make them harder to see from the ground. For most airships that makes sense, but not for the Aurora. The ship is a huge block in the sky. You can paint it any way what you want, but you're going to notice it. Prince Frederick was amused by this and said that this wide blue surface shines like a northern light in the sky, hence the name Aurora.
Only needed for takeoff and landing, so I'm just taking it easy there.
Should be excited before the battle, but Prince Frederick has assured us that there will be no fighting.
Grand Grimoire will do the job for us.
One can almost feel sorry for Ascania's troops. They don't realize it, but they're about to be pulverized from one moment to the next. I supposed to get to that chest? Oh, okay. Alright. I'm supposed to get them after I get the sky armor. Actually, that's gonna have to wait till tomorrow, because it is quitting time. But tomorrow we get sky armor, finally. So yeah, more stuff's happening. We are finally all in again against Len's homeland, about to steal the Grand Grimoire. And we're about to get our sky armor for the first time since the tutorial at the start of the game. And I think we're getting real close to the end of Act 1. Yeah, basically after this section, we're done with Act 1 of 4 acts. So, yeah, 5 days for 1 act. This game's actually going to be a bit longer than I thought if it goes at this pace. The next acts might go faster. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a decent sized game, not like your usual 20, maybe 30 if you're lucky indie games. This one seems to have some meat to it. Which I'm happy for. I'm enjoying it. Keep it coming. So, yeah, we'll continue with this tomorrow. Because apparently once we get the sky armor, there's going to be a decently long section with that. If it wasn't for that, I'd probably continue on, but it looks like there's going to be that and then some cutscenes to finish out the act. I don't want to get stuck in the middle of when I already have to end. So we'll pick this up from there tomorrow. Not much to say besides that, so I guess let me go ahead and just give callouts and end. So Ragna, Cucumber, Samato, Orenji, War Panda, Irby, Nami, Ludlow, Invalid, thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. As I said, we'll continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check schedule below for what time that is in your area. And as for right now,
Let me see if I can find someone to raid. Oh, looks like Jack finished Dragon Warrior 8, and now she is playing Brave Fencer Musashi. Go ahead and jump in on that. As per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!